The world judged me as deficient, yet heaven assured me I was already complete and abundant. Many pressed me to strive harder, but heaven directed me to speak instead. People advised retreat and success measured by human metrics. Yet the Spirit whispered, "Hold your ground and speak the word, and I will place it in your hands." I was not commissioned to serve only what is seen. I was born to govern what is unseen, and the same is true for you. You may think you are reading this simply to learn how to become a multimillionaire. The truth is, in the spiritual realm, you are already a multimillionaire. Declarations do not create a new identity. They unveil what has always been their words upheld until they take shape. Every dollar contract opportunity and appointed encounter already resides in the unseen treasury of the word. I did not chase these things or labor to earn them, and personal merit did not obtain them. I spoke, and by grace, through appropriate and aligned channels, everything came. Therefore, when I declare I am a multimillionaire, I am not expressing a desire. I am calling upon the holy name. I am that I am the Lord said to Moses. This is not mystical in a hidden sense. It operates as an official proclamation within the court of divine law. It acts like the code that opens the waters and the key that releases the treasury. To speak I am is to step into your eternal identity, not what society assigns or a balance sheet records, but what the Spirit recognizes as true. You are rich, now supplied, now upheld, now so long as your words connect with heaven. I have been where you are waiting and yearning, reluctant to voice good things aloud because of the fear of being let down. I once thought faith was silent inward belief. I later learned true faith releases courageous decrees. I used to believe wealth comes only through hard work. I came to understand it comes through legitimate authority. I used to wait for God until I realized God was waiting for my spoken word. When I finally spoke steady and unafraid, yet with authority, situations rearranged. Provision appeared, payments arrived, old debts and duties were settled, and new doors opened. The explanation is straightforward. I issued a decree that I am a multimillionaire by divine right, and that supply exists now. Let the weak declare, I am strong. Let the poor affirm, I am rich. For your mouth sows the seeds of dominion. The tongue does not only offer counsel, it issues verdicts. It is the gavel resounding in heaven's court, compelling substance to obey. Your word works like a scepter of power. When held over, lack melts away. When aimed at debt, debt is released. When pointed at disorder, chaos is reshaped into divine order. So, I declare with intensity, the wealth you desire is already positioned, waiting for your voice, motionless until it is commanded. Nothing comes until you recognize yourself as belonging within it. You were not sent only to overcome circumstances, but to pronounce decrees. The tongue is your place of authority, the throne from which you govern. You shall decree a thing, and it shall be established unto you. This is not merely a quote. It represents legal standing in God's court. Therefore, speak with me without hesitation or speculation, not for some far-off someday, but for right now I am a multi-millionaire by divine law. The substance is mine now. Wealth responds to my voice. I confirm it by law, and it remains established. If you are ready to live in this kingdom, reality, stay with me. The world will witness your ascent, because you choose to speak rooted not in emotion, but in authority. Not in begging, but in identity. Not in weak hope, but in legal certainty. Poverty is less a circumstance than a confession, a repeated chant whose speaker eventually forgets they are the one sustaining it. Trapped in an illusion, strengthened by every fearful whisper, every careless complaint, every I can't pay, and each unchallenged agreement with scarcity limitation and delay overlooking that such speech does not merely describe reality. It designs the blueprint that builds it, unseen layer upon unseen layer, A narrow prison of smallness is built the very place where many live, while they blame the economy, fate, the news, other people, or their account totals. Yet the real prison is not a lack of money, but the misused direction of the tongue. The world is not driven by need, it is organized by speech. You were never meant to be bound to digits on a screen or to the clinking of coins in a jar. You were made in the image and likeness of the Creator, whose first act was not effort, bargaining, or chaos, but a declaration, "Let there be light," and light came forth. That divine design remains intact within you, dear one. You possess the same instrument, the mouth, the same life-giving breath, and the same authority to summon into form what is not yet seen. Yet many people continue to speak not their desires, but their fears, not their hopes, but their dread. By speaking like this, they turn heaven's creative flow backward, transforming the word, your scepter and seat of authority, into an engine of delay, watering the weeds of doubt and then asking, why doesn't abundance show up? Hear this plainly: poverty is not destiny, a trial or a cross to bear. It is not a test or God's punishment. It is a false declaration, an out-of-tune signal, a garment of unworthiness meant to be stripped away by the power of the word. For the kingdom of God is not limited to food and drink, nor to salary schedules and flawless resumes, but to righteousness, peace, and joy, and also to abundant provision that manifests to the voice courageous enough to claim it. Society will try to sell you poverty as though it were virtue, humility, and common sense. I have not come to flatter you. I have come to free you, to cancel that agreement, and to remind you that wealth is your birthright, abundance is your true nature, and your words are the golden key. If you keep speaking like a servant, you cannot walk like a sovereign. If you keep forecasting delay, you will not enter heaven's timing. If you continue to say, I can't, I don't know how I'm trying, illusion has seized control of your mouth. The time has come right now to take back the sanctuary of your tongue and consecrate it again to truth. And the truth is this: you are not broken, restricted, or stuck. You are not insignificant, ignored, or late. You are not without value, and you are not cursed, unworthy, victimized, or merely surviving. You are a living stream of divine substance in motion. You are the voice of wealth clothed in humanity. You are the steward of God's treasury and the messenger of the miraculous. You are a sovereign who has merely left the crown set aside. Now, exactly now is the time to place it back on your head. Rise into your full stature, open your mouth, and speak what heaven longs to hear. I repeat, speak not from feeling, but from dominion. Poverty has no standalone reality. It remains only as long as your last statement of agreement. If your speech has been scarcity, let this moment mark a turning. Decree one, sever every covenant with the mirage of poverty. I cancel every statement of lack that I have spoken or that has been spoken over me. I declare I am supplied, I am rich, I am provided for. I am a multi-millionaire by divine law, and the treasure opens now. Let the weak declare, I am strong. Let the wounded confess, I am prosperous. Let the captive proclaim, I am free. And if you are bold enough to say this not as a trial, but as a verdict, the law itself will rise to carry out your decree. The word does not return void, though it can be withheld by remaining unsaid. If your lips have been silent, raise your voice now and silence the deception forever. This did not begin with an investor, a mentor, a strategy, or a hurried idea, nor with inheritance templates, refined promotions, or a run of luck. True prosperity begins with a word not produced by fear or restless energy, not formed by simple math or timid hope, but spoken with spiritual assurance aligned with heaven's frequency and so unified with divine substance that creation responds as at the start when God said, "Let there be." Nothing that exists came forth apart from the word. If prosperity is to take form, it must be spoken into order. Long before any dollar arrived, before doors opened or routes became clear, I moved in millions in the spirit because I spoke each day not as a request, but as settled fact. Not as imagination, but as law. I am a multimillionaire by divine right, not to perform for heaven or persuade an unwilling power, but to live in the vibration of what already exists. I take my seat at the table, prepared before time shaping my identity, not by deceptive appearances, but by the timeless substance called truth. When I say my first million came from my mouth, I mean it literally. Nothing entered my hands that was not first released through my tongue. My mornings did not begin with coffee complaints, finance screens, to-do lists, or measurements, but with a holy governing decree, a declaration shaped not by feelings or worry, nor by cultural pressure, but by the unalterable laws of divine abundance, which plainly say, "Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God." When I realized that God and I are one and that my mouth functions as His instrument, I stopped merely stating what was and started directing what must be. I declared when tiredness weighed on me, when doubt whispered, when everything visible opposed me, when bills arrived, when nothing looked different, and when ridicule surfaced. Some labeled me foolish, but I persisted, equipped with sacred determination. Calm, courage, and no compromise, I am a multimillionaire by divine law. My supply is immediate, my channels are open, my wealth flows now. Even when outward conditions did not change, inner alignment began to form. My feelings no longer governed my speech. My senses no longer wrote my words. I took the position of lawgiver over my life, no longer a victim of time, no longer ruled by appearances, and no longer a petitioner asking permission to prosper. Allow me to disclose a claim that overturns the dominant story. Your first million already exists in the unseen realm. It is simply waiting for your voice to open the vault, for your tongue to turn the key, and for your decree to validate its legal right. Conditions do not submit to labor postponement or exhaustion. They submit to law. Law is made manifest through speech. When unspoken, it remains dormant potential. When spoken, it operates as governing command. Heavenly resources are not stirred by noise, yet they respond to structured decree. So I ask, what fills your speech? Do you repeat what is or announce what must be? Do you mirror lack or confirm provision? Do you speak delay or proclaim appointed timing? Are you merely describing the scene or writing it? Every sentence you release is a seed unconcerned, whether it carries prosperity or fear, it reproduces according to its nature. Speak with wisdom, with an awareness of abundance, with measured cadence and in agreement with law. Address reality as one speaking before a throne, because the throne truly hears. Once released, your word does not return empty. It returns carrying order substance and divinely accelerated momentum. Therefore, declare with full breath and rightful authority, my first million is in my mouth. I speak it into law. I speak it into form. I speak it into motion, and I speak until it manifests. I am the legislator of abundance. I am the spokesperson of divine riches. I am a multimillionaire by the creative power of the word, and the word acts now. After such decrees, you stop chasing money, you govern it. You stop waiting for doors, you grant them authority to open. You no longer merely comment on life, you write it. Now let us continue. Another law calls us onward. We turn to what lies beneath all substance, the unseen framework that upholds every structure of abundance, the root that feeds the harvest, the statute that explains the miracle. Here, we see why the tongue is the strongest instrument of creation and also the most dangerous when surrendered to fearful patterns and idle description. Unless you understand that your speech is more than language, that it is legislation, more than sound, that it is spiritual decree, more than a remark, that it is divine command, you will continue speaking as if your words are fragile opinions instead of royal edicts. Yet these edicts cut pathways in the unseen, reverberate through the realms of substance, and call into form the riches of heavenly provision. Hear this plainly with heaven as witness the word is not only a symbol, it is a framework. It is not merely a depiction of action, it is the power that activates manifestation. The dominant culture trains you to wait for provision before you speak like an heir. Heaven requires the opposite: speak as one who already has, and provision will come. The visible realm aligns with spoken decree. When uttered in unity with spirit, the word does not beg, it governs. It does not recount disorder, it establishes order. It does not endlessly repeat the problem, it covers it with divine design. Therefore, beloved, Isaiah 55:11 is not merely a quotation, but sacred physics, spiritual law at work. So shall my word be that goes forth from my mouth. It shall not return to me void, but it shall accomplish what I please, and it shall prosper in the thing for which I sent it. When fear tries to drag you back into the former pattern of panic, remember this: you have already spoken under law, and law will not submit to fear. Repeat often, I cancel nothing by fear. I water every word with faith. I live by law, not by feeling. And all that I have proclaimed in truth comes to meet me under grace and in perfect ways. And so it is. A holy turning point comes when a person stops speaking from trembling emotion and starts speaking from the place of law, no longer waiting for right feelings to announce what is perfect in spirit, and no longer needing external approval to speak with authority. Law answers emotionless clarity, not fluctuating feelings. Powerful speech does not emerge from moods, but from steady certainty. God declared, "Let there be light," not because light was felt or visibly present, but because light is His very essence. He spoke from what He is not, from emptiness. And since you are created in God's image and likeness, and you truly are, you are called to declare not what you feel, but what you know is eternally true. Speak this way, even when the senses deceive, the facts seem opposed, the phone stays silent, the inbox is empty, the news screams fear, and others warn, be realistic. Especially in those moments, speak from law instead of from feeling. Emotion is like weather. Law is the structure that holds the sky. Emotion is a temporary wave. Law is the seabed beneath it. Emotion is a moving cloud. Law is gravity's steady pull. If you try to build wealth, provision, and spiritual identity on the shaky framework of emotion, each changing wind of circumstance, delays, refusals, slow progress, opposition will knock you over. But if you root yourself in law, in the unmovable word, you will decree, and it will be established. Your mood when you declare has little significance because law does not require a sensation, it requires your voice. The one who speaks from law governs what is unseen. So speak like a commander, not a foot soldier, like a designer, not only a builder, like an heir, not an outcast. Declare, my supply is constant, for my source is eternal even when the bill arrives. Affirm, my wealth increases daily, for I am one with divine substance, even when my wallet seems empty. And go on. Money flows to me in abundance, swiftly and steadily, even when the world provokes fear. Your voice is not meant to mirror what currently exists. It is meant to decree what must come to pass. Law is precise and strict. It does not ask, "How do you feel?" but "What have you declared?" When your speech matches divine truth, heaven and earth realign not because emotions spike, but because you took your rightful seat of dominion. To be plain, my strongest declarations were not born from heightened feeling, but from speaking against it when fear rose, and I chose faith. When lack appeared, and I chose fullness. When delays surfaced, and I affirmed divine timing. When forgetfulness pressed in, and I set remembrance on the throne. These declarations succeeded because they were grounded in law, not in shifting emotions. This is the shift from emotion-led speech to faith-rooted utterance. Your tongue is not a gauge that reports conditions. It is the instrument that sets the climate. You were not assigned to repeat reality's condition, but to determine it. Not to record what is, but to command what must appear. Your calling is a ministry of the spoken word, a priesthood carried out through your own voice, and the designing of divine wealth. This is your office. When storms rise, do not only remark on the rain, command the water's peace, be still. When the fig tree produces nothing, do not mourn lack. Declare, there shall never again be lack in my life. When the feast seems missing and the table appears empty, reject sorrow. Proclaim, you prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. And when determination weakens, the body tires, and the heart shakes, address that frailty with authority. I am strong. Law responds to your words not because you speak loudly, but because your speech holds lawful authority. You speak from the court of truth, not from the instability of the flesh. Take this as a binding covenant. I will not speak from changing emotion, but from the permanence of law. I will not wait until I feel different. I will command. I will not describe what seems to be. I will decree what must unfold. My tongue will not submit to shadows. My declaration stands established, and heaven itself brings confirmation. Furthermore, if God confirmed this about his own word, and you were formed in his likeness, then your speech, when aligned with the indwelling Christ, carries a similar and dependable effectiveness. Note the difference. What returns void is not the word anchored in law, but speech produced from fear, resentment, cynicism, and impulsive reaction. Such empty sayings are like arrows fired into fog. They do not bring clarity. They deepen confusion and strengthen the illusion of lack. By contrast, a true word comes back carrying outcomes because it is released as a lawful decree spoken from the ruling seat of awareness, not from despair, but from authority, not from emotion, but from dominion. This level of speech carries a hidden command into the fabric of reality. Align, open, yield, produce, and manifest. When I speak of the spiritual principles that govern prosperity, I am not dealing in mere metaphor. I am describing a living, working law. I am revealing a divine mechanism that is often missed, especially by those who think wealth comes only from effort, planning, inheritance, or labor. Here the order that governs voice comes before vision, word comes before possession, decree comes before deposit, and sentence comes before substance. If you stop treating your speech as simple wishing and begin using it like a legal hammer, if you remove every excuse from your words and start issuing verdicts, if you exchange doubt and victimhood for steady, measured, and unwavering affirmations of truth, the kind heaven neither refuses nor delays, then you will see the very results I have seen. You will watch the spiritual realm unfold as if a sealed scroll were being opened before you. You will meet arranged connections that no human plan could have predicted. Money will come in ways that defy simple explanation. Agreements will come into your hands without struggle, and opportunities will call your name in rooms you have never stepped into. For when you declare what the world calls impossible, you place heaven's statutes above the limits of material law. Therefore, I declare your mouth must never be regarded as insignificant. It is a royal instrument. Your voice is not harmless. It writes legislation. Your statements are never neutral. They bear spiritual assignment. Your words are not mere vibrations. They operate as structure, as blueprint, as living force, and as binding law. Once you grasp this, you leave behind the voice of a servant reacting to market conditions and take up the stance of a sovereign directing substance. You stop asking, "Can I afford it?" and instead declare, "Every channel is open, every supply released, every need met, every value already sent in spirit and manifesting now." Raise your voice right now, refusing hesitation, dismissing skepticism, abandoning an unsure tone, and speak with clarity and command, not as mimicry, but as mandate. My word is law. My word is wealth. My word opens the treasury. It is my inheritance, my authority, my generator of prosperity. I speak what is true in spirit, and it becomes real in matter. I decree abundance with my voice. My wealth is born, grows, and multiplies at the sound of my decree. My declaration returns overflowing, and it will continue to return because heaven's treasury does not respond to mere desire. It responds to a commanding voice. Something undeniable happens within the person who finally stops reciting appearances and begins affirming reality. Not a distant dream, lost in the haze of labor and chance, but what already exists in the unseen, in God's word, in the eternal now. This understanding removes delay, waiting, and strain. It is a holy yielding to the rhythm of divine flow, where an authoritative word becomes a living bridge, joining the unseen realm to tangible wealth. I speak from experience. There was a quiet yet bold season when I had very little. Yet I carried one sentence, and I decided to say it not only at times or when I felt inspired, but daily for 90 straight days, as if my breath depended on it. I did not say it with volume or performance. I spoke with steady rhythm, inner stillness, and alignment with law. God is my unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly under grace in perfect ways. The words you release shape the substance you meet. Affirm it, keep it, repeat it, and let it carry you over the threshold. Therefore, let us begin constructing holy transformation. No cathedral is built by accident, and divine wealth is not obtained by willpower alone. Heavenly provision does not depend on the whim of desire or shifting circumstances. It rests on clear and precise spiritual identity. If you name yourself, "I'm trying almost there," or "it's not enough," what kind of harvest can you reasonably expect? Instead of speaking from the Holy of Holies, where the I Am dwells untouched by appearances, you remain outside the treasury gates with the keys unused on your lips. Hear this. The central sacred discipline for anyone who brings wealth into view is steady rhythmic identification with what is already true in spirit, though not yet formed. This is not pretending, performing, or hopeful fantasy. It is the working of divine law. To declare "I am rich" is not a display of a ledger or balance sheet. It is to align your identity with what heaven has already declared and what divine substance confirmed from the beginning. When God revealed himself to Moses in the burning bush and said, "I am that I am," he was not offering a poetic riddle. He was revealing the essential name of reality, the principle from which creation flows. So when you speak "I am," you do more than claim. You set a pattern in motion. You link awareness to the engine that produces form. You declare to both the seen and unseen realms that your voice comes not from the senses, but from the source. And when the source is divine, manifestation must follow. A river can carry only what its source supplies. God's fountain produces only abundance, wholeness, perfection, richness, and divine order. Therefore, throw off limiting labels, revoke false titles, break agreements with identities of striving, delay, or lack, and day after day, with a bright, rejoicing voice, proclaim, I am divine wealth. I am the visible expression of invisible supply. I am one with heaven's treasury. I am the point of circulation for unlimited riches. Do not say it only once like someone answering at roll call. Repeat it continually until resistance dissolves, until the old echoes of scarcity and fear grow quiet, until saying I am rich feels more natural than I'm trying, until your inner speech becomes a broad, forceful river of truth where doubt cannot settle. Make this your new liturgy. Upon waking before screens account, totals, or plans, speak your identity into the air and let it echo through the day's structure. The voice that speaks first calls things forth. The early declaration sets the atmosphere. When a day begins with I am, it cannot end in deficiency. This is not a motivational trick. It is the discipline of metaphysical mastery. Divine wealth shows up not through frantic grasping, but through embodying what already exists. Do not delay affirmation until evidence appears. Do not beg for reassurance. Do not creep around appearances as if they were heavier than spirit. Take your place in certainty and declare who you are, not what you fear, because this is law. And law does not bargain, it rules. Make this your continual confession day by day, hour by hour, without ceasing, not with tension, but with royal calm. I am rich because God is my source. I am prosperous because my identity is joined to supply. I am abundance made tangible. I am the expression of divine increase. When spoken with proper timing, clarity, and faithfulness, reality reflects it, not because the world changed first, but because you did. You are not only moving toward wealth, you are wealth expressed in action. Speak, act, and live in alignment with that truth. For I am is not mere longing. It is a spoken word, and that word functions as law. No day is neutral territory. Each morning stands at the doorway of becoming. Every dawn waits for commands. Every hour listens for a voice. If you do not speak with authority, the world will speak for you, pronouncing chaos, fear, repetition, and limitation, all dressed up as logic and realism. Yet I insist you are not called to wake under the burden of data, nor to let your mood advise you on what reality is. You were not made to merely register conditions. You are appointed to regulate the climate. Until you learn to decree before sunrise, you will move to the rhythm of appearances, though you were meant to set the pace with the drumbeat of divine decree. The Most High does not wait for earthly indicators before speaking. In the beginning, God said, "Let there be light," and only afterward did form respond. It is the same for you. Decree first, dawn follows. Speak first, and wealth takes shape afterward. If you wake silent, rise anxious, scroll and sigh, count and replay. Yesterday's lack, the day will be formed without your spirit's agency. Yet, if upon waking you proclaim, before my feet touch the ground, before my hands reach for tasks, before my mind replays the old record of delay and doubt, this is a day of divine provision. I walk in increase. Supply meets me at every corner. God goes ahead and prepares channels I have not yet seen. Then you stop merely surviving the day and begin governing it. Use the word first before coffee, before emails, traffic invoices, clients, and competing voices. The first word of your morning is the seed from which later blossoms grow. It is not trivial nor merely ritual or routine. It is structure, a blueprint, and legislation issued in heaven's court. Heaven builds nothing you have not spoken, Angels do not move forward where no decree has been released. The treasury does not pour out if the vault of your mouth stays closed to faith steadiness and living expectation. This is the difference between the spiritually rich and the soul weary. The former decree from the throne before seeing the battle. The latter study the report of conflict before they dare to speak. The truth is, once your spoken word has secured victory, nothing in the arena can overturn it. Rise and rule not by labor, but by decree. Not through sweat, but through proclamation. Let your morning begin with a ruling. Let your first breath carry prophecy. Let your first words carry authority. The word that becomes flesh first appears as spoken speech. You were not born to merely react to circumstances, but to shape them. All creation begins with a command, not a complaint with divine instruction, not shifting emotion. Form your dawn statement, now your first decree, the imprint of your wealth pressed into time before time resists. Say it plainly and firmly, not only once, but until the walls vibrate, until the air changes, until heaven recognizes the voice of a royal child. Remembering that decreeing is not vanity, it is alignment. And what will your words be? Repeat continually, the day opens with favor. I receive divine instruction. Every encounter is scheduled from above. Every resource that belongs to me reaches me now. My words call forth the invisible. My voice opens portals. I encounter increase and overflow before evening comes. Use your voice like a believer and a lawgiver, because what you speak functions as law. Tomorrow is more than drinks, tasks, and plans. It is the womb of time. The first voice to speak becomes the ruler. If fear shapes your speech, fear takes the throne. If doubt writes your words, delay takes command. But if you speak with the authority and certainty of the I Am, provision moves with you, gates open wide, and each step echoes the decree that formed it. Command before you act, speak. Before you step, decree. Before you calculate, then the day shifts from burden to servant. Speak this way, and reality will align. There is a decisive hour when every soul must choose faith over sight. It is the season when winds roar, appearances, object invoices pile up, phones fall, silent doors seem shut, and logic whispers turn back. Feelings urge, surrender. The world advises, be sensible, and even your own thoughts wobble. And what if everything seems not to be working right now? Many who once declared with courage retreat, tremble, and undo their own decrees under the poison of hesitation and the betrayal of doubt. Fear dresses as safety, speaks with careful prudence, and poses as realism. Do not be deceived. Fear is not guidance, wisdom, or divine counsel. It is a reversing spell, a quiet thief, a counterfeit prophet sent to sabotage supply. If you do not cast it out as an intruder, it will wear down every planted word, dethrone each firm decree, and block channels opened by faith trading substance for shadow. Fear is a consuming emptiness. Wealth will not stay where it is unwelcome. Hear this with holy urgency. The primary enemy of your decree is not public opinion, markets, or history. It is what you cultivate after you speak. Every doubt entertained after a decree becomes a crack in the wall, a leak in the conduit, a fault line in what should be unbreakable. Therefore, by the authority of truth and eternity, and in agreement with divine law, I charge you, withdraw nothing because of fear. Do not allow midnight anxieties to undo the prophecy spoken at dawn. Do not let the sight of an invoice cancel the force of your blessing. Refuse to let delay convince you that heaven has left you. Delay is not refusal. Silence is not emptiness. What looks like nothing is often the womb where everything is formed. Law does not sleep. The word does not fail. Your provision moves on a divine timetable, whether or not your eyes perceive it. Fear is not negotiable, it must be cast out. Devourers are not to be negotiated with, they are to be removed. Keep speaking until opposing forces tremble before your faith. And what will your declaration be? Speak now not as routine, but as a thunderous cry I lay upon the Christ in me, the weight of fear, and I go free. I fear no lack, for I walk with the God of more than enough. I fear no delays, for divine timing is exact and never fails. I fear no appearances, for I know the law works beneath the veil of the visible. Establish this as your holy practice. Whenever fear speaks, answer it. Do not allow it the final word. If it whispers, what if it doesn't come respond? It has already arrived in spirit, and form will follow. If fear whispers, you're behind answer, I am in precise divine alignment. My provision goes ahead of me. If it insists there isn't enough, declare. My source has no limits. I live in abundance. Fear is not a guest. It is an intruder. Divine law will enforce the eviction, but only after you serve the notice. So speak with courage, without excuses, whether feelings cooperate or not, whether the wind roars or the frame rattles, because law responds to truth, not trembling. Form a vow, a habit, a sacred discipline. You will take back nothing due to fear. You will refuse to doubt what you have already decreed. You will not imitate empty traditions. You will not allow fear to dwell in your inner sanctuary. Your mouth is an altar, your words a fire, and your faith the fragrance that draws wealth the way honey draws bees. You are not placed here to fear, but to create. Not to waver, but to govern. Not to repeat scarcity, but to announce abundance. And whenever fear tries to drag you back into the old panic pattern, remember this: you have already spoken under law, and law does not bow to fear. Keep declaring, I cancel nothing because of fear. I water every word with faith. I live by law, not by feeling. And everything I have spoken in truth comes toward me by grace and in perfect ways. And so it is. A holy shift occurs when someone stops speaking from shaking emotion and starts declaring from the throne of law, no longer waiting for the right mood to say what is perfect in spirit, nor asking appearances for permission to speak with authority. Law answers commands, not moods. Powerful words come from conviction, not from sensation. God said, "Let there be light," not because he felt light or saw brightness, but because his very nature is light. He spoke from essence, not from emptiness. And since you are made in the divine image, and you are likewise called to speak not what you feel, but what you know is eternally true. Speak that way, even when senses mislead, reports distort, the phone stays silent, the inbox is empty headlines, broadcast fear, and friends counsel. Be realistic. Exactly in such moments, let your voice move from law instead of feeling. Emotion is passing weather. Law is the sky's bedrock. Emotion is a breaking wave. Law is the ocean floor. Emotion floats like a cloud. Law stands like gravity. If you try to build wealth provision and spiritual identity on the shaky frame of emotion, even a light breeze of circumstance, delays, refusals, dull seasons, disagreement will carry you off. But when you are anchored in law, in the unshakable word, you will decree, and it will happen. Your temporary feelings matter little at the moment of speech, because law requires not your mood, but your voice. Whoever speaks by law governs the unseen. So speak like a commander, not a conscript. Like a builder, not a drudge. Like an heir, not an orphaned soul. Declare, My supply is constant, for my source is eternal, even when the bill arrives. Affirm my wealth grows each day, because I am one with divine substance, even when the wallet looks empty. And add money comes to me in abundance, swiftly and steadily, even when the world stirs fear. Your speech is not meant to repeat the present. It is meant to announce the future. Law is exact. It does not ask about your mood. It asks, what have you spoken today? When your words align with divine truth, heaven and earth rearrange, not because feelings rose, but because you stood in dominion. Hear me clearly. My strongest declarations did not come from elevated emotion, but from speaking against it when fear surged, and I chose faith. When emptiness threatened, and I chose overflow. When delay appeared, and I chose divine timing. When forgetfulness approached, and I chose the throne of remembrance. Those declarations prevailed because they were grounded in law, not emotion. This is the transition from speech ruled by feeling to speech anchored in faith. Your tongue is not a weather gauge. It is the instrument that sets the climate. You were not appointed to report reality's state, but to decree its course, not to describe what is, but to command what will be. A ministry rooted in the spoken word, a priesthood carried by your own voice, and the designing of divine wealth that is your assignment. When storms rise, refuse to narrate the rain. Command the waters instead, peace be still. When the fig tree yields nothing, do not lament scarcity. Declare, never again will there be lack in my life. When the table looks empty, do not mourn absence. Pronounce, you prepare a table before me in the presence of my adversaries. And when courage fades, the body grows heavy and the heart sinks. Address your weakness with authority. I am strong. Law attends to your voice not because it is loud, but because it carries legal standing. You speak from the court of truth rather than from the weakness of flesh. Receive this as a binding pact. I will not speak from shifting feeling, but from the permanence of law. I will not wait until I feel ready. I will command. I will not describe appearances. I will decree what must come. My tongue will not bow to shadows. My proclamation stands firm, and heaven ratifies it. Consider this testimony a woman the world called ordinary, but whom the Spirit saw as extraordinary, faced a deadline that seemed impossible. Her rent was due in 10 days. No income was expected, no client had committed, and no human help appeared through any familiar channel. Everything in the material realm shouted panic, worry, begged despair, but she had taken in these teachings and studied the law. Whenever she felt tempted to speak, fear admit defeat, or rehearse lack to friends or circumstances, she lifted her gaze to heaven and aligned her voice with law, declaring steadily and calmly, not once, but every morning and every night, this rent belongs to God, not to me. Divine substance meets every obligation in perfect form. Nothing can separate me from my supply. She did not waver. The days passed. By the 9th day, nothing had come. No calls, no emails, no check. Still, her mouth kept the decree, and her spirit stayed anchored in certainty. Externally, everything looked empty. Internally, faith was blooming. This is the hidden principle, not what happens to you, but what flows through you. Not the bank's statement, but the statement of your word. Not the raw facts, but the decree you set in place. On the 10th day, too late to those governed by what they see, an unexpected check arrived from a long-neglected source covering the rent down to the last cent, without delay, debt, or explanation. It did not come from extra labor, increased anxiety, or begging. It was the harvest of a spoken decree she chose to be ruled by law rather than human reasoning. Some would call it coincidence, luck, or timing. I maintain it was the word completing its own assignment law, yielding to rightful authority substance, answering its lawful steward's voice. For a word spoken in alignment without inner conflict and with joy and conviction does not return empty. The true obstacle was never the rent the amount owed or the date on the calendar. The enemy was not scarcity, but the illusion of it, the fearful voice trying to enter and disturb dominion. She took the uncommon route she spoke, only what she wanted increased. She met the situation with praise instead of panic. She affirmed the bill belonged to God, and therefore was under His responsibility. Heaven always honors what belongs to heaven. When the Lord is your source, no boss person or contract can choke the flow. Provision is more than a paycheck. It is the nearness of source. It is not powered by feelings or effort, but by rightful authority. So I ask you, will you take this path? Will you stop talking about the bill and begin speaking to the bill? Will you replace, "I don't know how," with the declaration, "My words are the gate. This need is already met." Will you stop making money your master and see it instead as a servant that follows your decree, not your worry? Will you take hold of your divine entitlement? Do not delay. Do not wait for perfect conditions, smaller numbers, or a calmer heart. Do it now, even while contradictions remain and voices insist you be realistic. Look straight at the need and declare with calm intensity as she did, "This rent belongs to God, and it is already paid." Law is impartial. It honors principle. What worked for her will work for you, not by chance or deserving, but because it was spoken in harmony with law. Heaven's treasury is not opened by pleading, but by bold decree. Not by tears, but by command. Not by feeling rich, but by affirming, "I am rich." When your wallet seems empty, when proof is thin, when your heart trembles, speak anyway. Persist daily, even hourly, until the mountain moves. The check arrives, the rent is covered, and overflow begins. Then you will realize the issue was never money. It was always the mouth. So tell me, what is the rent in your life right now? What words will you speak to it? What image of lack is standing in front of you? What decree will you raise in the spirit like a royal scepter? Will your speech resemble a financial victim's or an heir of heaven's treasury? Will your voice come from fear or from the throne? There is an invisible line in the sand, hidden from the eyes, yet powerful in effect, separating those who live by appearances from those who live by dominion. You do not cross it by grinding, overworking, or rushing, but by the tongue, by a voice that challenges fear and ignores sensory reports, rejecting the culture of complaint and the language of lack. Many stand at the border, trembling before an invoice, talking about it, fearing it, resenting it, repeating it to anyone who will listen, as if the bill itself were proof of loss. They do not realize that when they discuss the bill, instead of addressing it, they submit to it, validate its rule, grant it authority, and exchange heaven's throne of abundance for the narrow prison of reaction. Listen, stop talking about the bill, speak to the bill itself. It is not your master or your judge, not a measure of your worth, and not a limit on your provision. It is only a servant waiting for instruction, a piece of paper waiting for prophecy, a temporary task awaiting an eternal decree. Once you see that every financial demand is an invitation to command, you will no longer fear an invoice. You will stop fearing envelopes and cease grieving due dates. Instead, you will raise your voice with heaven's courage burning in your chest and declare, "Bill, you are already paid." I thank divine substance. Fulfill yourself in perfect ways. My supply meets you before the due date. I walk in lightness, in order, and in complete provision. Bills are not curses. They are practice fields for sovereignty. They are not traps. They are signals that expose truth. They do not demonstrate failure. They summon faith. Every invoice is a platform where your word goes to work. Every debt is a doorway for practicing dominion. Every financial scene is just that, a scene, a mirage, testing whether you will tell a story of fear or proclaim abundance. I have personally seen people turn bills into blessings not through panic, but through proclamation. They said, "You are the expression of divine expansion. You are already satisfied. I bless you, I thank you, and I release you to be fulfilled by the invisible hands of God." Many mocked them, calling it delusion. Get a better job, build a new strategy, keep a plan. Yet she carried a truth many brushed aside. No backup plan surpasses the authority of spoken word. A faithful mouth can govern more than fearful, trembling hands could ever accumulate over a lifetime. Month after month, while the bank said no, her declaration stayed yes. When the numbers cried empty, she affirmed fullness. When fear surrounded her, she replied not with tears, but with truth. And provision did not run out, not because she perfected a system's mechanics, but because she recognized the source and kept her speech aligned with heaven in spite of earthly conditions. Understand this plainly. Money is not driven by anxiety, but by spoken declaration. It does not yield to panic, only to power. When you meet an invoice and speak of impossibility, weight, injustice, or fear, you tune yourself to scarcity's frequency and draw more pressure toward you. Creation does not examine your emotions, it echoes your pronouncements. If you call yourself broke name, the invoice a burden, or declare it can't be done, the law answers your confession, and scarcity shows up with exact loyalty to your voice. But if you rise refreshed and walk through your home refusing to grumble under pressure, choosing instead to face the matter directly, laying your hands on each invoice and declaring, "Thank you, God. You are paid before due, covered without effort. I am not under your dominion, I am above. I do not serve you, you serve me. My word generates your solution." Then motion begins, ministering forces. Move channels, open phones ring, clients return. Debts are erased and delayed refunds are released. Because you chose to command rather than complain, to legislate rather than lament. This is the practice. This is the ruling law. This is the way. Stop talking about the bill, address it directly. Decree over it. Look at it with empowered love. Bless it with steady faith. Carry yourself like one who is never shocked by provision, because you know provision to be constant, precise, and dependable. Therefore, establish today a dominion protocol, simple, repeatable, and unbreakable. I call it the triple order identity: word and circulation. Identity is the throne. Word is the scepter. Circulation is the river. First, seat yourself in truth. I am the wealth of God in expression. Second, speak by law. You do not beg, you decree. Third, set substance moving. Give, bless, forgive, and receive, because what will not circulate eventually stagnates. Notice how this clears unseen resistance. Joyful giving breaks vows of fear. Forgiveness dissolves agreements with debt. Blessing consecrates channels. Receiving without guilt declares your status as heir. Circulation is not reckless spending. It is the sacred liturgy of supply. What leaves your hands in obedience and love returns multiplied by that same law. Some will ask, what if I give and my resources seem to shrink? I answer with a heavenly principle: nothing given in faith is reduced. It simply changes form so your dominion can widen. A seed is never the loss of a harvest. It is the beginning of it. Circulation answers your speech. Say there isn't enough, and you lock the river. Say there is more than enough, and the riverbed expands. So consecrate every outflow with a decree. I release these sums under grace, and they return to me multiplied in perfect ways. Do this not as trade or negotiation, but as alignment with divine order. Whoever circulates in love disarms scarcity's gatekeepers and walks freely among open treasuries. Remember the law of the inner door. External gates open only after the inner latch is turned, and that latch is your spoken word. Want more clients? Speak to them with honor and lawful authority. I bless you where you are. You find me by simplicity and truth. Want new opportunities? Unlock them with speech. The right opportunities recognize me. I recognize them. Seeking a raise. Lift your decree. My value is seen and rewarded because divine justice arranges the scene. Nothing starts outside. The outer world mirrors the contract you have already ratified within. Consider also the law of consecrated silence. This is not silence produced by fear. It is the wise guarding of certain decrees until their roots grow deep. A delicate seed is not put in the path of ridicule's harsh wind. As Florence Scovel warned, do not dig up the garden. So declare and bless, then keep the word in your heart. Live as one already persuaded and disclose it later as testimony and guidance, never as a request for approval. Faith does not advertise itself. It bears fruit. Embrace this valued discipline. Keep a set-apart book of decrees. In that consecrated notebook, write each day a series of law statements in the present tense rooted in I am identity. For example, I am the visible increase of invisible wealth. I am paid in advance by divine favor. My home is an open vault of peace and provision. Every invoice in my life is an expression of expansion and is fulfilled without effort. Read them aloud slowly, feeling the weight of authority rather than chasing emotional excitement. Each week, revisit the pages, cross out completed decrees with gratitude, and seal unfinished ones with praise. This book becomes the court record, the archive, where rulings are written and then executed. If you notice old phrases leaving your mouth, I'm broke, it's hard. Money disappears, clients vanished. Stop immediately and correct the record out loud. I cancel that sentence. The truth is, I am prosperous now. Ideal clients find me now. My money grows and remains, for I circulate and steward with wisdom. A mid-course adjustment is like correcting a ship's course 1 degree changed, now prevents wreck later. Remember, your mouth is the rudder at the helm. And what about other people? The outside voices. Do not hand over authority over your decree to them. Compassion makes room to listen. Wisdom filters what you hear, and law steadies your position. Be kind to the fearful, yet refuse to adopt their language. If they say the country is doing badly, respond. My kingdom is not of this world, and within it there is increase. If they insist no one is buying, answer, I walk in favorable exceptions. My channels are specific. When mockery comes, bless them. May your portion expand, and then keep moving forward. Results your fruit will silence their ridicule. Here is another testimony. A man carried a long-standing grievance toward a former partner. Bitterness functioned like a vice, choking his channels of supply. Though he decreed wealth, his heart kept repeating an inner ledger of offenses. I taught him the law of remission. I release and let God act. For 40 days he affirmed, I release everyone from my past. No one owes me anything. I owe nothing to anyone because my source is divine. On the 38th day, an unexpected partnership offer arrived on generous terms, an opening that had not appeared for years. When resentment dissolved, the channel began to flow. Forgiveness is not naivete. It is releasing your hold on shadows so the law can take your hand. Concerning planning, plan freely, but never replace the law with a plan. The plan is your map. The law is your compass. Maps can change. The compass keeps true north. Do what is in front of you with order, simplicity, and focus, while reaffirming daily, I am guided with precision. I take the right steps at the right time. Do not stuff your calendar to prove your worth. Miracles are not triggered by sweat, but summoned by the word and then made tangible through obedient steps. If you lead a company, establish a daily minute of law with your team. Begin each workday with a brief, plain decree. No jargon, no awkwardness, honoring all beliefs while staying spiritually firm. We serve with excellence and supply locates us. Every client is welcome. Every solution appears at the perfect time. The strongest culture is not office politics, but the vocabulary people repeat unconsciously. Change the language, and you change the atmosphere. Change the atmosphere, and results follow. When unexpected events arise, surprise costs, mistakes, or delays, treat them as summonses to issue command. Replace complaint with blessing and instruction. Thank you, God, for this opportunity to exercise law. I cover it with perfect provision and swift solution. I learn with lightness. I advance with grace. By doing so, the unexpected loses any authority over your emotions or finances. It becomes a stepping stone instead of a barrier. Now we come to the law of testimony. What I recount, I summon. Choose to be a narrator of miracles rather than a reporter of fear. Let your official narrative, the version you repeat, magnify supply. Share your provisions, small and large, truthfully and humbly, without exaggeration or ego. Each retelling engraves neural and spiritual pathways that make the next wonder easier to arrive. Gratitude spoken aloud functions like a gear that speeds movement. Thank you life is not motivational filler. It is a seal that authorizes continuity. Here is a rhythm of ready-made decrees for recurring moments in life. Before a difficult negotiation, declare divine justice governs this agreement. What belongs to me by divine right comes to me with ease. What does not dissolves without loss. I win cleanly, the other side wins, and all prosper. Before pursuing a desired job, affirm. If this is my channel, it opens now. If not, the better presents itself without delay. I refuse to compete for crumbs. I circulate at the banquet of the I Am. When facing fees and taxes speak, I bless this system with order and clarity. I pay under grace with ease, and everything returns multiplied as improvements and invisible opportunities. Nothing is taken from me. Everything is multiplied to me. Before an investment state, I do not act from greed nor from fear. I act from wisdom. The Spirit shows me the yes and the no. The right channel is confirmed by peace, and I obey. When addressing old debts, decree, you do not define me. I dissolve you. You are liquidated under grace by ordered and just means. I walk lightly and settle the past with praise. Do not overlook the law of place spaces. Respond to speech. Speak to your home directly. You are a storehouse of peace and wealth. Every room overflows with order, beauty, and abundance. Speak to your workplace like a willing partner. You are a center of solutions and perfect contracts. Speak to your body with honor. You are an instrument of prosperity. You have strength, clarity, and energy. All creation is tuned to the resonance of your identity. Every environment is ready to respond to your directives. If you catch yourself saying, "When I am a multimillionaire, then," revise it at once to "as a multimillionaire." By my divine right, I act this way now. The I Am never postpones, it incarnates. Therefore, adopt the disciplines of one who already is practiced: generosity, uncluttered order, refined simplicity without display, constant gratitude, diligent study of law, purposeful, quiet, and precise speech. Do not buy to prove worth, buy to express essence. Do not parade, circulate, do not hoard, multiply. Those wealthy by law do not shout for attention. Their melody is orderly, stewardship service, and unforced joy. Regarding relationships and prosperity as you rise, envy and subtle criticism may appear. Do not validate yourself with statistics. Stand firm with gentle strength. Lift people, teach when invited, and bless without ceasing. The purpose of law is not only your increase, but your usefulness as a conduit of building and relief. Wealth is safest when it acts as a bridge, not a barricade. When your elevation becomes a passageway for others, life assigns you greater stewardship. Choose to be a flowing spring, not a hoarding dam. When people ask, "What's the secret?" answer simply, "My word became law within me." Avoid jargon. Share the practice, identity, decree, and circulation. If they want depth, direct them to the 90-day discipline. Do not debate for proof, demonstrate it. The most persuasive evidence is the settled peace of a person living continually supplied. Finally, let us formalize a covenant of the mouth. Speak it aloud, exactly, for legal force rests in precision. I consecrate my tongue to eternal truth. I do not speak as a servant. I speak as an heir. I cancel every word of lack released by me through ignorance or habit. Henceforth, my mouth builds, blesses, and commands. I am a multimillionaire by divine law. I circulate wealth with love. I live in the flow of unfailing supply. I speak, and it is fulfilled under grace and in perfect ways. In affirming this covenant, you join your speech to dominion and fix your identity in lawful abundance. As we close, hold this image. The vault you seek is not far away. It is within you. Each spoken I am advances the tumbler. Every I am prosperous now turns the gears. Each, under grace and in perfect ways, oils the hinges. A threshold arrives, and it may be this instant when the vault springs open, not because heaven changed, but because your voice has become indistinguishable from heaven's tone. This is the irreversible crossing. Once you recognize the sound of your kingship, you will not return to the dialect of lack. When a sovereign knows his language, no winter forbids harvest, no crisis stops the flow, and no report cancels the decree. Therefore rise. Let today be an audit carried out by your tongue. Identify your channels, bless your statements, open your gates wide, circulate your assets, and seal your identity. Begin with the first sound and conclude with the last sound. Govern the atmosphere of home and workplace. Refuse to negotiate with fear. Refuse to hand off your voice, and refuse to leave your seat on the throne. The world may call it audacity. Heaven calls it obedience. And substance, consistent as ever, aligns itself with what is lawfully decreed. Now, sign this with your life by speaking it verbatim as your seal. I am the abundance of God in visible form. I speak, and wealth obeys me. I circulate, and the flow increases. I give thanks, and heaven opens. Everything comes to me under grace and in perfect ways. And so it is, so it remains, so it overflows. By voicing this signature, you finalize the decree and walk forward under its authority.